Okay. It is Sunday. It is art day. My connection's going to be unstable because we're going live. Of course it is. Is this thing still wet? It's still wet from like 2 days ago. This paint is misbehaving something terrible. Did not want to shake well. All right. Hopefully that decides to behave itself. All right, so how is everybody today? It is Sunday. It is art day. Come on in. Chill out. We are still working on this Rooster. I didn't manage to get him finished. I was supposed to edit last night and I was too tired. I was supposed to edit what I've done on this one so far, and I was just like, oh. I was sitting here trying to figure out what to do with myself because I wasn't sure if we were going on our walk or not, and then we decided to go. Then we came back and I'm like, I should edit, and then I opened Coral Island and was dicking around in there, and I'm like, wasn't I supposed to be doing something else? I was like, oh, I was supposed to edit. And then I looked at the time and I'm like, oh yeah, we're going to bed soon. I'm just gonna not. It's just gonna have to wait at this point. Alright, well, we'll see how that does us. I think I might grab a different brush though. Aside from the one that I've been using to line stuff. If you hear a dog barking in the background, that's the aunt's dog. Mother-in-law's sister's dog. The new dog. Excuse me. And that is outside. In the backyard. Excuse me. I had this one set of brushes on my wish list. I was like, wait a minute. Didn't I already buy these? I forgot I'd bought them. Got starch in the bristles here. Trying to get it out of there. Alright, we'll see how that does us. I haven't had the chance to use these that much, so I don't know how I feel about them. But I never have enough tiny brushes. Like, ever. Okay, looks like the stream's gonna behave today. I am gonna turn this, though. I do apologize, Mr. Rooster. I do need to turn you. So I did have to whip out the brushes. At the very least for this section. Because this section was a lot bigger to fill in. And we'd be here for hours using my dotting tool to try to fill it in. And I don't have time for that, unfortunately. Or the patience at this point. I'm okay if I go a little bit over into the black because I have to do another coat on the background anyway. To do our final pretty up coat. Alright, that looks like a pretty good pass there. Just want to make sure that we've got that filled in pretty good as I get white and as I get the blue into the next section of white. Good job. Get it done without that. Alright, I'll know more how that looks when that section dries. So I hope everybody's having a good day. Like I said, it is Sunday, it is art day. I am frantically trying to get Christmas gifts done. I'm sorry we're not working on our needle felting. We'll be stabbing something soon. As soon as we get this. It won't be our Bob Ross one. But we will be stabbing something. The husband's gift is going to be a creature that's sort of an inside joke between the two of us. So it's not going to make sense to anybody but the two of us. And I do apologize for that, but I also need to work on it, so you guys are just going to have to bear with me. Might be something out of a Dr. Seuss book, or remind you of that. Again, apologies, but I gotta get it done. Alright, I should have worked on this corner first, because now my hand's gonna be in the paint if I'm not careful. So I did end up going back in and adding extra line work in because it just didn't look right without it. I did the best I could with the smallest brush I could find in my collection that was in somewhat working order. That's gonna need more than one coat for sure. This color is very transparent. Oh, don't spill that, please. Alright, now we need to start filling in some of our other colors here, and I have to figure out what colors we want them to be. I think maybe we need to bring in the pumpkin. Do you think we need some of that in here? So let's see about getting some of that to a consistency that we can work with. Now technically, because I'm using the brush on this part, sorry, I'm a little snarky because of my, not snarky, snarky, and I apologize for my allergies. Actually, hold on. Yeah, I'm making a mess. I'm making a mess. I need a brush rest. I should probably put some of those. Get some more allergy medicine. What I took earlier will have long since worn off. Oh my god, that dog, all it does is bark. Technically I wouldn't have to add the water to it since we're using the brush, but we're also going to be using the dotting tools with this as well. So if there's anything that's still usable in the palette to use with the dotting tools, I'm going to, before we have to mix more. Sorry for the crinkles. Trying to get the paint that I got all over the place on the outside of our improvised paint cup, water cup. Okay. Alright, so we're going to grab this bigger guy here again. Seems to be okay. And because I didn't get a real solid white coat on there, it's a little splotchy. The color that's going on top is going to look a little splotchy at first, so we're probably going to have to do at least a second coat on this one as well. I think the teal there, I think that was the third coat, and I want to say the red ended up with like 3 coats too. Feel like that sounds about right. But the good thing about the brushes is that the paint dries a little bit faster. We still might need to use the space heater at some point today. I just don't know when. All right. So are you guys doing handmade Christmas, or nobody got time for that? All right. Trying to make sure that my hand doesn't get a little too wobbly, a little too crazy here, because sometimes it can get a little carried away and just start zigzagging all over the place. which is a bit problematic when I don't want it to do that. Doing line art, it needs to be a little bit more precise. Alright, I guess this one next. Now I didn't get the white coat in on all of this because then I was going to lose where my segments were in spots. And that I did not want to do. That would not at all have been helpful. This color looks so bright when it goes on, but when it dries it dulls down pretty good. Like right now it looks almost neon compared to the other colors on here. Just kind of like nerve-wracking at first. It's like, oh god. But it's gonna like dull down to that. Yeah, I think that's the orange there. I'm not sure if I'm gonna put any brown by itself on the tail, like a segment. We might do some brown for dotting or design work on the segments, but I'm thinking I don't know if I really want brown in the tail. I mean, I don't know. We could. I guess it's gonna depend on where we're at and what colors I still have left to try to work into this tail here. So I didn't do a mock-up ahead of time, so I have to stop and think about it for a minute. Husband had to run to Sam's today. I'm like, it's Sunday. He's like, we're out of paper towels. And I was like, so you're just gonna go down to the store at the corner? And he's like, no, I'm gonna go get our bulk paper towels and toilet paper and our bulk stuff, and then we can go back one day this week with your mom and you can get your other stuff. And I was like, you know, it's Sunday. Are you sure about this? And he was kind of like, ah, fuck. I was like, yeah. And then he forgot one of the things we needed, even though it was on the list. I think it was on the list. And he went back in to get it, and he's like, fuck that. He's like, we'll get it when we go back in a day or two. We go on like Monday or Tuesday. And I was like, why? He goes, the lines are wrapped all the way back into the aisles. I'm not coming back in here for one fucking thing. He's like, no. Like, okay, if you say so. So these brushes aren't too bad. Sometimes you can get brushes that are streaky. That'll like leave like really bad streaks when you're painting with them. Almost like scratch lines in the paint, which is really annoying when you don't want that. These aren't too bad. Better than some of the other ones. That might need one more pass on our teal there, on that section. So while we are using the brush in this part, it's still going to take a minute. Certainly not as slow as the tool. But we do have to deal with some brush strokes in here. And if the brush strokes don't bother you, then fine, whatever. But because I'm putting a design on top, I don't really want it to take away from that. So I'm probably gonna have to do at least one more pass on that teal on those two. This one's okay. That one definitely needs another pass. But yeah, it's gonna come down to preference. Now if I'd had a thicker coat of white down, might not need to do this many coats on this color. Well, I'll need a couple of these colors in this section, but I didn't get that thick of a coat on there, so like the streakiness from the white underneath is coming up through. Now I didn't have to worry about that so much on the other ones because the tool was depositing the paint a bit thicker in most of the places. I mean, there was a couple spots where we went back in and hit it up with another pass where it was just a little too thin for me to ignore. Alright, so I'm gonna rinse our brush really good because I don't know if this stained our bristles now. It's the one thing about the white nylon brushes is that they can stain pretty good. So I'm going to come back into our teal one more time. Try to hit this up. And hopefully this will be the last pass that we need to do. On this one. But we'll see. Oh, there's the husband. Sorry.
Nah, you're okay.
I left the clothes in the hamper because I was afraid if I threw them on the bed, somebody would.
Ed, yeah.
But then I was like, but then we're gonna have to pull them off the bed anyway to.
Yeah, whatever. That's fine.
I did get the comforter in. You need to check the dryer though to make sure the stuff actually dried because there was a lot of stuff in there. I wouldn't assume that it's dry. Oh, I threw them on your chair.
Oh, thank you.
I didn't want them getting mixed in with the other stuff.
Oh, I was looking for any pair. This pair will do, though. It warmed up since I left the house.
Yeah, Windows is saying it's about 55 out now.
Yeah.
That's a little warm for you in sweatpants.
Yeah, just a tad.
One of the cats, the other night when we had to run to the store after dinner, peed on our bed. And we didn't know who, but we had a suspicion. We thought it might have been Ed because he's done it recently, but to my mom's bed. Well, first he did to our bed like twice, and then he started peeing all over her bed. And then we found out he had a UTI. Well, we got him medicine from the vet, and we thought everything was fine because he went back to using the litter box. We're all good. So when we came back from the store the other night and found a wet spot on the bed as we were getting changed from being out, we're like, what the hell? So then we had to wash everything. We had to try to clean the mattress because it went through my mattress cover. I was like, son of a bitch. So we weren't sure who it was, so we didn't know, you know, what it could have been the cause. But then yesterday, Russell was sitting on the bed petting the one old cat, and Ed walked up, started kneading, wanting attention, and then started peeing right there in front of him, kind of on him, and he's like, fucking really? And so we tried to clean everything up. We messaged the vet to try to get them to message us back about an appointment first thing on Monday. And we had to wash all of the blankets again. I cleaned up most of the last one. Husband cleaned up this one, and then when we got in bed, he's like, it still smells. He's like, I must not have gotten it all. I was like, you really need to press into this mattress because it's foam. So now we have to strip the bed again. Wash everything again because the blanket still smelled funky. And,
Sorry.
redo. I was more worried about your footsteps and the crinkle.
Sorry.
And, try to re-deodorize the bed. And now we're like trying to chase him off the bed every time he jumps up there. But then this morning when I got up to deal with Momo's issue, he was in the litter box in the kitchen. I'm like, really? So now we don't know what the fuck's going on. I don't know. I'm like, dude. Were you just marking because of the other cats? Or is there something wrong? But we don't know. So we need to get this figured out. Okay, so those two definitely are gonna need another pass, like the two new ones. But in the meantime, while those guys are drying, we should start to get some white put in here. Oh, ow. Get this mixed up really good. Oh, okay. 1, 2. Alright, let's maybe one more. We're gonna need a bit of that. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright, so give me this guy from over here. As you can see, I didn't scrub the palette the last time I used it too well. Didn't get every ounce of paint off of there, but we got the majority of it. Or what I could see. Some of it didn't want to come off without a lot of scraping. I usually use a plate, right? Like I've got a couple of plates from Dollar Tree, but sometimes they're a pain in the ass. And if I'm doing watered down versions, I kind of need stuff with wells. And I actually don't have that many palettes with wells on them because I started using the plates. Alright, so let's get that guy pretty cleaned up there. Make sure we got all the white out of that. You okay?
Mm-hmm. All right.
He wasn't very convincing. All right. So, let's see. I guess we can start to fill in you. Have to kind of figure out what other colors we want to throw in this tail here, and I'm thinking probably our light teal. We didn't get any red in the butt section on this guy. Like our non-streamers. that was a cat jumping on his desk. Alright, so I'm just getting our white coat on here so the other colors coming in here will actually show properly. And then we will get the next set of color in there. Okay. So where can we get the next guy? Put in here. We can probably do you. So then while this is drying, we can go back and do our other color passes on the other guys. Alright, that one's gonna have to wait. Gonna wait on that one. Gonna wait on that one. This one we can do. We are just using acrylic craft paint, nothing too fancy. Let's see, we probably won't finish this guy today, unfortunately, unless I finish him tonight. So I guess we're gonna have to carry him over into tomorrow. Alright, so yeah, we'll grab our orange again, I think. Same paper towel we've been using though. I'm proud of myself. Been holding on to it with all of our dottingness. Hell, I'm sure some artist could probably fucking frame that and sell it for like $500. As like an abstract art piece. Alright. Stuff's just moving on its own on my desk. That's good. Eyedropper's just deciding to move around. Alright, so I know there's only so much we're going to be able to do before we start entering the 20th layer realm. So a little unevenness is probably going to have to be expected, or I could just take it straight out of the bottle in this part without adding water to it. And if it comes to that, it comes to that. But we will see. And there, my hand is totally like, oh, we're gonna take it this way. I wasn't sure if I was gonna keep that little weird flare out there. That really just kind of happened because my hand got a little janky with the paintbrush. And then on this pass, my hand's like, you know what? We're gonna go over it again. But even more with meaning. Look what you're doing. So I think we'll add some more teal, like light teal, into the tail. And I do want to come in with some of our red. On the tail rumples here, because we've got them in the feather flares, or little tendrils coming down, but we don't have any in there. So I'm thinking we can get them in. I think we can. Let's see if we can kind of thicken that up in there just a little. Alright. Well, regardless, even if that orange needs one more pass, that pass has to dry. Okay. Come back into our teal guy here. I'll say this brush is pretty smooth. It's always nice when you find a smooth brush or a brush that's going to work for what you want. I mean, I know a smooth brush probably isn't going to really work in all situations, depending on what you're doing. But for this guy's just gliding. Not having to fight with him at all. Not really. Alright, sorry if my head gets in the way. I'm trying to see around the glare of our lights here. Alright, and this guy definitely needed at least one more pass by. That section there was still a little thin. Alright, now honestly, he's probably going to need one more go. So if we do this color on this one. This paint's really thin, like really transparent. Alright, so we can go teal on this one. Light teal. You're okay, I don't have my brush down.
Oh, okay.
We can go light teal on that one. Orange on that one. I'm thinking red on this one. Go light teal on that one. Oh, hang on. So if we go red there, teal, light teal. We could go red here and light teal there too. In which case, if we do that, this one's gonna need to be our darker teal, I think. Was the dryer done?
Not yet. It may have just wrapped up. I'll have to double check.
Like, I didn't have it on that long of a cycle.
I put it on again.
Oh, okay.
No, I had to put it on again because it was still damp.
Yeah, with that blanket in there, I wasn't sure. I almost didn't put it in with everything else. I was gonna put it in separately, but then I had to figure out where I was gonna put it in the meantime, and I was like, okay, I guess I'll just shove it in. We're probably gonna need laundry detergent next month.
Okay, go on, Ed. I don't want you on this bed, buddy.
Yeah, please not.
Go.
Without knowing what the fuck's going on. Alright, so red, light teal, light teal. We don't have those colors mixed yet. I feel like this should be a light teal. We'll probably do a light teal here. We can do red here. Light teal here. And we can do red there. This can be light teal. This can be orange. And this can be light teal. Do we need dark teal on anybody else right this second? I mean, the other guys are still kind of drying, so I can't really do their second pass just yet. yeah, so that's gonna have to dry there. And that quick I forgot what I was gonna put where. Let's get our light teal mixed. Two, three. Come on. Lump your ass out of there. Alright. One, two, three, four, five, six. Alright, so let's get that mixed up. Or at least work on getting it mixed up here. As evenly as we can. Alright. So I squeegeed what I could out of there. Go ahead and get that cleaned up. That might have still had a touch of the color in there. Alright, so what did I say here? This was gonna be our light teal. Or at least I think that's gonna be our light teal. Okay, so that's gonna be orange. This can be red, so this guy can be light teal. Okay, so orange, red. I want this one to be our light teal. This one's covering much better, and I think it's because it's got so much white in it. I mean, we're probably still gonna have to do at least another coat on it. If I do end up finishing this tonight off stream, which I don't know if I'm going to, I will show it to you guys tomorrow so you can see the final piece. Red. I think we'll go red here. So is it light teal here? I think I said I was going to do red here, but I think we'll do light teal instead. Don't know if I really want to lead off that section with the light teal, but I guess it doesn't really matter that much. I think maybe I was originally going to go red there. Oh well, it's teal now. Alright, so we got that guy. This guy's gonna be light teal. Poking it out in between. So next Saturday we might actually take a break from zoo. Well, no, I can still do mine. And then on the husband's time we can do Fallout. But we're gonna have to log into my Fallout this week and make sure that the account's transferred over to Steam, because his had a problem.
Yeah, once the thing comes out, we'll install it then, rather than installing it and then putting a patch in.
Yeah. What the heck are you? You're like some weird fuzzy curlicue. Okay, so shit, what did I say this was gonna be? This is gonna be orange. So this is probably gonna end up being light teal. I think that's gonna be light teal. This was gonna be red. That was... This might supposed to be light teal. I think, maybe. Okay, so it's gonna need another pastel nut color anyhow. Alright. So we'll get that guy dried up as best as we can. Alright, I need to mix our red, so let's get that boy mixed up here. I guess I'll put you here. 1, 3, 4. Grab our white here. Oh, I hate color matching. That's probably too much white. I should have quit while we were ahead. More than likely. There's like a glumpy bit in there. Let's see if this is gonna be real bright. It doesn't quite look the same. I don't know, maybe it is the same. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter too much. That's actually pretty close. It didn't look that close in the palette, but 1, 2, 3. But maybe we'll be okay here. Maybe. Alright. That's a lot of paint that we're not gonna need. We'll need some of it, but we definitely have a bit extra there. Alright, let me just try to scrub this out. So we've got a bit of red crammed in there. Alright. Our trusty towel. I know it's not our regular painting towel, but I'm not sure where the regular painting towel is. It needs to get washed wherever it is. I know that much. Okay, so that quick, I forgot. Alright, we said red here, orange here. I think it was red here. So we can get some red feathering in the butt here. So we're not going to do orange right next to each other. And I don't want to do two reds right on top of each other. So that might actually, I think I was saying light teal. We might actually make that one the dark teal. Alright, so if we make that dark teal, this guy can be orange. And then we can have a light teal here separating the two. I think we said this one was going to be red and that one was going to be orange. I think. I don't know anymore. It'll probably end up changing again by the time I get the paint out. Okay. So in the meantime, let's grab our white here. Did you have something in the oven?
I had bacon in earlier.
Oh, you already finished?
Yeah.
Okay.
Should be off.
I didn't know what you were cooking. All I heard was it turn on. Okay, so the darker teal, orange, and this is supposed to be red. And this guy was gonna be orange. So this guy we can probably get his white coat on him without that affecting his neighbor too much. At least that's the hope there. What?
Sorry, I'll fall asleep.
Oh. Alright, and hopefully I can find my line between these two without too much trouble when we come back with our color. Okay. So let's go ahead and we'll rinse that guy out. And let's start looking at who needs more passes and what have you. Okay. Now, that's not quite dry yet. This orange has been kind of stubborn about behaving up here. So if it continues to be that way, I think we're gonna have to mix some more of it just to get the coats done. So it's still looking a little ragged there. Okay. This guy could probably use like one more touch-up pass here. Ah. Too much pressure on the brush there. It fanned out a little further than I necessarily wanted it to. Okay, so what did we say? This guy was gonna be orange here. We will have to make sure we don't have the in-game music turned on for Fallout. 'cause that will get us in trouble. If we're streaming it.
Well, it's easy enough for you. Just don't turn on your radio.
Which is a damn shame. Because the music in the background can really set the atmosphere. So it's sad when it's part of the game and then you turn around and get hit with a strike. It's like, but it was in the game. And the game says I can stream it. Y'all need to make up your motherfucking minds. Either let us stream it on the whole, or don't. Because the feel that the music gives it could get somebody to buy it. Alright. I will say I've been blah 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 blah. Let's try that again. Words, brain meet mouth, mouth meet brain. I will say I have been seeing an increasing amount of bitching on the Coral Island forums about people having to restart their game and re-clear the ocean after clearing it in their early access game. And I'm just like, bitch, please. It was early access. What did you think was gonna happen? Just be thankful that they didn't do that many resets in early access. Because there's times in WoW beta where they reset everything and you lose your character that you were doing testing on and you have to start over from scratch. Where they've done enough builds where they're like, okay, we need to wipe everything that you have saved because stuff's not going to be compatible with the changes that we've made. It's like, come on, guys. People are like, well, that's your fault for playing the hell out of early access. It's early access for a reason. You were helping them find bugs and figure out what was working and what wasn't working. That's how this works. And part of the storyline is that you're helping heal the ocean and the coral reefs around this island from the oil spill. You're asking them to look over and ignore the fact that's a core part of the story. Or at least one of the arms of the story. Because you're pissy about having to do it again. Really? If you're that mad about it, just don't play it then. This game, obviously not for you. Because there's not going to be much replayability for you there if you go to start a new farm. Some people don't mind doing it. Some people, yeah, I find it annoying, but I'm still doing it to get done what I need to get done. And I'm doing it twice side by side because I've got a farm off stream. I'm not sure I really understand the point of the bitching there. I probably never will. I mean, was I sad that we had to start over? Sure. We had a year's worth of time in on that early access farm. But that's the way it goes. Alright, let's get this guy rinsed out really good. I feel so silly using the bottom of that water bottle for my water cup. There's like all these like fancy water cups out there, and right now this is what's working, especially with my space. I mean, there's a couple other ones that I'd like to have, but money, darling, money. So we're making do with what we got. Alright. Come back into our light teal. I'll get this pass done on this guy. To slow down a little bit because I'm bleeding over into the other sections. Alright. So we got that. Now we will have outlining coming in this section once I get everybody situated here. Okay. It does seem like we won't have to do as many passes on this light color. Seems to be covering a little bit better. So that's one thing. I almost dipped into the white. I was like, wait, what color was I just using? Hold up there, brain. Think this through. Don't contaminate the white. Okay, I did put my hand on that. Alright, it's pretty dry though, so we're okay there-ish. Oh shit, that was supposed to be the dark teal. Right, dark teal there. What the fuck was... Cats! It might have been my.
Probably. Should probably knock shit over trying to climb on other shit.
Because those two are there and Cow's in the other room. I don't know where Little is.
Next to me.
Okay.
No, it wasn't her.
The house demons are angry today. Look here, house demons. Knock it the fuck off. Ain't got time for your foolishness today. What fell?
The paper towels fell and knocked over my sewing machine.
Oh no.
It's alright, it's fine.
I hope it's fine. Okay. Getting this guy. Do I need to help you with anything?
Nope.
I tried to dump a hefty amount of vinegar in there. I don't know if it worked or not.
Seemed to have.
Okay. Almost did it again. I really want to dip into that white. Sorry, we're just doing a lot of multi-coats at the moment, but is part of it. So the edges can be a little wobbly because we're gonna get a coat of white in between. So I used the awesome stuff in them Febreze. I don't know if you want to do the vinegar this time.
All the vinegar.
Okay, so this guy will definitely need another coat there. Alright. Make sure that's good and rinsed. Orange definitely feels like it's our stronger color here because our water is still orange colored. Okay. So this one's definitely going to need another pass. Or two. Or four. Okay. So hope everybody's having a good day. Thank you for hanging out with me this afternoon. I try to get these color panels on this tail filled in to where we are happy with them. To appreciate it. And I greatly appreciate your time. Oh, stretch out my neck. I'm starting to turtle there. The angle that I had to get into. It's like, why does it feel like the side of my neck is catching on something when I go to move it? And I was like, oh, that might be why. Okay, so that's definitely gotta dry. Oh my gosh, we mixed so much red. So much red. And I don't think we're gonna end up using anywhere near the amount that we mixed here. Alright, so the tendrils hanging down, those all look pretty good as far as the red's considered, so I don't think we really need to go too hard. I do need to be a little bit careful here because this green is still wet, so I don't really want those two to mix too much there. Alright, I think we need to do one more pass on the orange here. At least on a couple of these. Because some of them look like they're just kind of phoning it in. Coverage-wise. I am almost out of orange. That could be slightly a bit of a problem. We might need to mix some more. I feel bad because I have wasted some paint. At the end of the day when I'm washing out my palette, I'm like, damn. But in the grand scheme of things, it's really not that much paint. And yes, this paint's not that expensive, but anything's expensive when you don't really have the means to replace it. Just trying to dab that in up there just in case my white line gets a little feisty. That one looks okay. You're a little splotchy, I think. Not too bad, but a little bit. This one, though. This one's definitely in need of some attention. It's okay.
What? I'm respecting your previous statement and walking carefully. Doing my best. Oh, fuck.
So that other load dry?
Yeah.
What did you do with it?
I put in the box.
The
Basket.
black thing?
Yeah, the laundry basket.
Okay.
Sorry.
I want to give that vinegar a minute, and then I want to Febreze the mattress real good. Yes, I want to Febreze the mattress real good, too.
Well, yeah, but I want to wait for the vinegar to dry.
You might need to put a fan on it, then. It's not warm enough in here to dry on its own very fast. Okay. Kind of have him partially off the screen there, sorry. Okay. So this teal definitely needs another run here. Our darker teal. So I haven't fully decided what kind of pattern we're gonna do in the tail sections yet. I'm toying around with some options. But we do have to make sure that everybody is good and dry. Before we get too far along. On the next phase of this. I'm putting that on just a little bit heavier. In the hopes that we won't have to do one more coat on that color. We'll see. And I think we need one more little glompy pass on our red color here. And then we might have to start mixing some more paint. Or at least re-watering some of these. So that we can get them to flow a bit. Yeah, this red's really thick. That really needed a little bit more water on there, but the paint well was pretty full. Wasn't quite sure how that was gonna work out there. Alright. So get that cleaned up. Okay. Man, Kofi Bot wants to be top chatter today. Sorry, I was getting a drink. Alright, I am gonna hit the space heater for just a minute. So there might be a bit of a hum. Or like a fan running noise. I do apologize for that. Not much I can do. We need to get this dry. And this is how we're gonna do it. Alright, so we have to figure out how we're gonna work on the tail pieces here. I kind of have an idea of what I want to do on the tendrils, so it's like the more compact butt attachment spots that we need to figure out. And I kind of have an idea, but I don't think that idea is going to work for every section. It might look weird being repetitive in there, so gonna have to figure out some stuff here. Come on. Let's go, paint. I need you to hurry up and dry. It's starting to dry, but it's not drying as fast as I need it to. Come on. It's getting there, though. It's getting there. It's definitely very hot on low, so I think we just had it that thick on there is what the issue is. But it's getting over and dulling down here, but we're not quite dry yet. So what's everybody up to today? Are you guys celebrating the holidays? Are you done your holiday shopping? Have you even started yet? Almost. Are you making your holiday gifts this year? Are you anywhere near done? I should just, you know, attach wiggle eyes to my elbow. Elbow or trim. Alright. Not quite. So we still have to dot this guy, or line art it, outline it, do a pass of black to clean up the background on the front, and then I can seal it. I'm not sure I'm gonna seal it with. I could spray it. Jesus Christ. I could do a brush on sealer. I've got two options for, we're almost there, for brush on sealers. I've got my Mod Podge, or I have another brush on sealer, but the other brush on sealer always looks like it's leaving brush strokes in it. And I don't really have a squeegee or anything that I can use to just kind of like glide it across. So I'm not sure what I want to do about that. If it's warm enough, I could just spray it, but it has to be warm enough. Alright, unfortunately, that needs one more touch up here. He's still a little splotchy. I'll at least try to get an even coat on there. Sometimes I have to look at it from a different angle to see if we're in business. Alright, I think the tails, the other tail sections look pretty decent. Space heater's heating up the plastic of the water bottle I have near it. So that's what the popping is. The popping and cracking there. So let's see about that, and then we should be able to start putting our dots in. So we have to figure out what colors we want to do our dots with. I don't have a whole lot of room on this palette at the moment. I might have to pop out another palette or a different palette. I have some teeny ones, and then I have some lids. We could pop out a lid. If I can find one quickly. I have an idea of where they are. How are you doing? We're just about there. There's like one wet spot left on that new section that we just kind of filled in there. If you just heard a new hum join the background, our neighbor just started their truck, and I have no idea how long they are going to let it run for. Excuse me, words are hard today for some reason. I don't know why, but they seem extra tricky today. I blame the Benadryl. 'Cause why not? And now Little's mad because we had to strip the bed again. She's like, where'd all the blankets go? And why does the mattress smell funny? We had to spray the mattress down with vinegar to try to get rid of the smell. Because my rug shampoo was broken. And it's beyond repair, so that's pretty much dead. Which infuriates me. Hey! Stop it. Water bottles. Nobody asked your opinion. Alright, you know what? That should be good. Alright, so I think I might do like some veining and some little like lines coming off the veins up there. But down here we have to figure out what we're gonna do. It's probably gonna be dotties of some description. Figure out what colors we want to do in here. I think I want to bring this yellow back in to at least part of this section up in here. Is this the right? Yes, the right yellow. I almost want to grab a different... Oh, this guy's pretty clean. I don't always remember to clean my palettes. I'm like, oh, I'll get it later. And then, you know, later it comes about when I'm like, oh, I need this, and oh, I didn't clean it. Looks like I do actually have a clean one. That was probably like way too much paint there. One, two, three, four. Okay, we're gonna start with 4. And then figure out life from there. Because quite honestly, this is more yellow than I even need right now. I think. So they're not all gonna be yellow. Alright, you can sit right there. I was originally going to do something in the background, but I think I changed my mind. Because then I think it's probably going to get too busy. And I don't want too many different patterns warring with itself. Alright, so let's see. Grab the blue guy. See what kind of dots we get out of him. Alright, so we got 2 different ends. Let's grab the bigger ends. Alright. So technically you're just barely supposed to touch the paper or your surface. Hold on. I felt like I had like a piece of fuzz or something on my lips or on my tongue. All right. I'm just kind of swirling it just slightly. Just trying to make it a little bit bigger. I could just grab a bigger circle tool. Like that is an option. But for some reason I'm just like, meh. Okay, so that one's a little close on the little guy down there. But that's okay. Alright, now I think I want to grab some of... Where's our options? Okay, this one's buttered yam. That's this light color here. The lighter dark orange. Two, 3. Excuse me. Okay. Now, see about getting that mixed together. And make sure I get it mixed into all of the paint that we put down and not just part of it. because that could be slightly problematic. So you can just barely see those dots on there because they're so bright. I'm hoping that once it dries, it'll be a little bit more apparent. This looks cool. Thank you. Appreciate that. Lil, I guess. Thank you. My white lines are a little thick in spots, so if I could go back and redo it, I'd probably try to make them a little bit thinner. But, you know, either here or there now at this point. What color do we want to grab? Let's grab the white one. I do appreciate that. Thank you. Alright, so we're gonna go into this buttered yam color. Kind of like a really light terracotta. So this guy's gonna be slightly different size dot than the other ones. And that's okay. Didn't really want it to be the same size. I saw these tools that somebody was showcasing. No, you know what? That's fine there. You've been here before. I think you were doing... Yeah, we do that too. We'll be back to doing that as soon as I get this done. The husband's gift is going to be needle felted. And then once I get done his gift, we'll be back to finish up our Bob Ross stuff. It's been taking me a while to finish that season, but damn it, we're going to finish it. Yeah, Bob Ross with yarn, yeah. Because the next one we have to do is, the cowboy episode, and I know I've been dragging my feet on that one, and I'm like, oh, this one scares me. But we still have to do the concept sketch for it. But then suddenly it was the end of November, and I'm like, oh fuck, Christmas gifts. I haven't even really started them. Not really. So it's like, well, I was hoping we weren't gonna have to stream working on the Christmas gifts this year, but that did not work out. So here we are. But that's okay. Shit happens. And sometimes plans change. Alright, now. Is this the tiny guy? There should have been... Am I on top of it? Yes. Oh, the tiny guy. Alright, so we've got... orange. I kind of want to... Where's the other palette? I kind of want to get some of this light green here. Or light teal. Oh, you're glumpy. You're starting to dry on me. That was a lot bigger than I expected you to be. You're a lurk. You have to start getting ready for your stream. Oh, well, thank you. Appreciate the lurk. Hope you have a good one. Thanks for popping in. Appreciate that. So I guess this guy will just kind of fill in here. I was originally trying to do a pattern there, but then my brain's like, let's do this instead. Now it looks a little misshapen down there. Oh well. Nothing for it now. It's gonna be hard to do in these smaller bits though. We squished that one. So like, yeah, like if you put more pressure on them, they'll like spread out more, like a stamp. I could wipe it off and redo. But here we are. Here we are. Alright, alright. Let's see here. We could go back with our super, super tiny guy. Potentially. I don't know if this is liquidy enough. This is gonna work. No, that is not. That needs some attention there. Alright, hold on. So, let's grab some of this guy. And I'll bring you over to this section. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go 4 drops. It's probably too much water to paint. We can bring in a little bit more paint here. Since we have it, it's not a huge problem. I don't need it that runny, but we need it runnier than what it is. Oh, my stomach's growling. It's a hungry tummy. Alright. Let's see how that treats us. Get this guy cleaned up. From our improvised paint cup. Oh, and that one gets too gross, so we can just go make ourselves another one. Or when that one starts to break. Whichever happens first. This is still like not really doing what I wanted it to do. I think it's just because we didn't have quite enough paints there. But it's also reflecting the light that I've got above, so making it look like it hasn't really covered. There were some cool dotting tools that somebody on Facebook was showcasing that like helped make the swipes in like 2 seconds flat. It was fantastic. I was like, oh, those are awesome. How do I get me those? Turns out the company's in Canada after quite a bit of digging. And I think they only ship to the Canada and US, but those tools, it was 5 tools for like $65. I was like, oh my god. It might have been 67. I was like, I don't got that kind of money. I figured, you know, maybe 15, 20 bucks. Since it was a special shape that it was making. Oh no. Those were way out of budget, and I couldn't get them on Amazon. At least not yet. Right now they seem to be exclusive with that company. So hopefully one day they'll come into Amazon. Because those were fabulous. They were like a little wire. Perfectly shaped. Into the different size swipes that you can do. And it was hollow inside. Like it was, there was space in the middle, not hollow, I guess. But like the inside was empty to pick up the paint. It kind of reminded me of like those big ass bubble wands with like the rope on them. And I was like, ooh. Then I saw the price and I was like, oh no, no, no. That's not happening. Alright, so I'm gonna come back to pink. Pink is like our super tiny tool. Uh-oh, what's the matter, Momo? What's the matter, my bud? Oh.
Hang on, buddy. Hang on.
Oh my goodness, Grumbles. Are you so grumbly?
I'm coming, my Grumbles. I'm coming.
Grumble puppies.
Oh, such Grumbles. All the Grumbles.
Such a grumble puppy.
X Grumbles or Grumbles equals X plus 1. Come on.
Infinity Grumbles. And he's not really a puppy. He'll always be a puppy, but reality-wise, he's like, what? 13? Maybe? I've lost track of the exact time frame. Because I also don't know if I posted their pictures on Facebook right when I got them, so like the memory thing might not be accurate. So that's still kind of wet there that I'm dropping this in. I'm kind of living a little dangerously there. You're supposed to really wait till they're dry. Let's add another layer in. But we're gonna be on the wild side here at the moment. I'm trying to make sure we don't pick up any of the red color here, because I don't want to bring that back. Okay, so now let's go ahead and we'll wipe that off. I'm going to come back into my red here. Oh right, I've got to do that to all of them. I just put the arms on the one and I'm like, oh, we're good. On that one. I forgot I needed to do it on the other ones. I'm like, the other ones look a little different. Gee, I wonder why. Alright. So we'll get this guy kind of put into there. This is going to be really tight because I made this guy a little bit too big. Or too close to each other. However you want to look at it. Alright, so we'll get this guy.
Stepping.
My hand's up.
Well, I was making sure you knew I was there.
I was kind of waiting for you. So I was kind of trying to pay attention to whether
That's fair.
you would come in or not. Our floor is very bouncy in here for some reason. So certain places that the husband walks, my entire desk bounces. So sometimes you'll see the camera shake. And I didn't want him to do that right as I was moving the tool around. So these are going to be really close down in here. So these ones on this particular feather are going to look a little extra messy. Oh, don't knock over my drink. Please don't. That's going to be a mess I don't want to clean up. Alright. So come back into our red. Okay. I'm trying to figure out, do I want to do anything with these guys? Do I want to like connect them? I don't know. It might be a little much. I think we'll just leave those like that. It's probably going to be our best option. Keep losing my tools here. Alright, let me put that tray up there. Okay, so now we need to work on our tendril guys here. I'm going to flip him upside down. This is going to be the easiest way for me to do this. Right, I need some fresh light teal. Don't be spilling that either. I mean, that's water. That's a little bit easier to clean up. At least it won't be sticky everywhere, but... Alright. So let's mix this real good. Okay. Kind of dripping off the paintbrush, so we're probably more than fluid enough here. Hopefully we're not too fluid. Careful. We've got wet paint there. We gotta be careful how we set that down. Just a little bit. I have to sneeze. Excuse me. Oh. Oh good, now my eye's gonna start twitching again. Wonderful. It is so windy. It might as well be March with how windy it's been. Fuck's sake. Keep going through these spurts these past few days where it's just non-stop windy. Okay. Let's grab our buttered yam color here. I just realized that we've got the teal there, so maybe we shouldn't be putting the light teal as our accent on this one. I mean, we could if we really wanted to. It's just we were using this color on the other ones. So I am just kind of freehanding this at this point. I didn't work out this pattern ahead of time. Didn't really think I'd need to. I'm not sure if I'm gonna have to mix some more of this. I might, just a tiny bit. All right. So let's kind of work on putting our like feather veining in here. Kind of like how we did the leaves. Words today, man. Bad word day. Apparently. Alright. So I am kind of leaving a bit of space in between these branches. Don't know if I'm gonna put anything in between there. Don't know. I mean, we have a little bit of room. We could add another little something on there if we so choose. Question is, would it be too much? And I don't know. But I feel like if I pull the trigger on that, I'm gonna have to commit to it. And it might be a little bit difficult to pull off on the smaller guys, maybe. So let's wait and see how busy things get, perhaps, as we move through the colors here. Alright, now I know we did the red as an accent color on this guy, but I think I want to go with a different color up here. Because we have red right next door. And it might get a little weird. So figure we'll just kind of work on this guy. With yellow. It's not a rule anywhere that it has to be the same color as the corresponding color in the other section. All right. So have to be careful down in here because we're gonna have line work coming in on either side of it here, so we don't want to get too too terribly crowded. I mean, we could do the lines a bit closer. And kind of stripe them all the way down, but since I'm going to be outlining this guy, I don't want him to get a little too carried away. I don't have anywhere precise that I'm dropping these. Just kind of like, okay, this kind of looks like a decent distance, you know, just wherever it kind of feels like we should have one, really. Probably gonna have to mix a bit more of this color. So number one, it's getting a little bit thick here. And we don't really have enough. At least I don't feel like we do. Not to get through these other colors here. So it doesn't help when I just come in and scrape everything all out either. Okay. So let me wipe that guy off. Okay. The dark teal on that probably isn't gonna work. And I would just come in with the light teal, but we've got the light teal here. Technically this should probably be the dark teal, but I think our dark teal is too dark. But we do have this really light grayish brown. So let's see what we can do with this guy. So this is just an old Tupperware container lid. Like not a name brand Tupperware, but you know, food container lid. That the container, I think, cracked on it or something, and we had extra lids that didn't go to anything. So I was like, I can use them to put paint on. They're small enough. Or we can probably work with them. I don't mind the bigger palettes, but with the space I have to work with right now. It wasn't quite watery enough. But with the space I have to work with, these guys will do for now. And since they're plastic, sometimes I can just peel the dry paint up off of them. Depends on how thick it dried and how watery it was. Like sometimes it feels chalky and then you can just scrape it off with your fingernails or whatever, or like a straight edge. Well, no, because we used that one there. No, we're fine. I think this is our color choice here that we're gonna go with. Alright, come here, Pinky. Make sure I get the right end here. Our smaller end. So we have a small space to work in. So the good thing about this particular section is that my hand can be kind of wobbly in here because this doesn't really need to be 100% straight at the moment. I feel like maybe you might not be watery enough. I mean, you're dropping off in a pretty good dot. Maybe it just had a little too much pressure there. Alright. So that's not a bad color on there. Oh my god, somebody's car stereo. That car. No, it wasn't that car. Maybe it was. Or they were sitting at the corner waiting to turn. Holy shit. Like, that's gotta be uncomfortable to listen to in the vehicle, right? Or at least you would think it would be if my ass is vibrating in my chair in my house with the window shut, the door shut. Like, damn. Seems a little excessive, maybe. Slightly. Do I need to get those pans?
I just washed the flat pan. What else do you need?
I need some kind of dish to put the mix in.
Okay, which there is.
Is there?
Yeah.
Okay.
And
I needed that blue...
There's a red bowl for the...
I needed that blue spatula.
Okay, I'll have to wash that in a minute.
Okay, that one's just easier to deal with.
Okay.
Because the green one's a little thick. Okay. Alright, so yeah, I think I like this pattern. I don't think it'll be too much on all of these guys. Oh, so now we have the question, what are we gonna put on this one? I guess we could come back in with the yellow. There's no reason why we can't. I don't want to do the red because we've got the two reds next to each other. So I think... paint everywhere on me. Not cool, paint bottle. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Alright. I'm gonna mix some more of that guy. Make sure we get all of that liquid evenly mixed in. Like I said, I'm just using water, committing the cardinal sin of adding water to acrylic paint. Oh no! I don't have the fluid medium, and this has been working okay. I mean, it's made it a little thin in spots, but... And yes, it's annoying to have to go back in some sections and redo a coat or two, but you know what? We're making do with what we got. Alright, where's my paper towel? Alright. It's quickly becoming its own piece of art here. Ooh. Alright. So let's grab our tool guy here. Alright, let's dip into our fresh yellow. As I'm trying to be careful to not put my hand in paint, so don't smear anything. Alright. Get this put into there. So did we really need to do that many coats on these guys? I kind of think so. Because, you know, you're going to be looking at it, and if it looked splotchy with the pattern over top of it, it might have looked funny. Just had a little too much paint on there. So we're not really doing like proper swipes. I'm just kind of trying to do some line branching off of it. All right. So these colors will dry a little bit darker, not too much, but a little bit. Okay. Alright, so I do see a thin spot. Not really a thin spot, but a scratchy spot. I just want to touch up over there. Oh, actually, we're going to stay with this color. Never mind. We'll just keep going with this guy while we can. I might have to... Yeah, I think we're gonna have to mix just a little bit more into that. So this buttered yam, like this is what the label looks like, and this is what it looks like when it's dry, so there is a little bit of a difference. And you can actually see the drying difference happening on the palette where this is the drier section, so it is darkening up a little bit. Not tremendously, but it's another reason why you should always swatch your colors and not trust what the label or the box is saying it's going to look like, because those were printed to what like the computer said they were going to look like. I've had some shades look drastically different when they were dry. Alright, so we're getting this guy cleaned up. Kind of made a mess of him. There, so. Alright, he looks pretty good. Alright, that's flowing a little bit better. Just a little bit. Alright. hope everybody's enjoying their day. And sorry for the break that we took from our fiber art. But like I said, we gotta get this guy done. And I'll have the video up for the stuff that you didn't see on live. Probably within the next few days. Certainly by probably midweek. Probably. It shouldn't take me that long to edit it, because there's going to be a lot that's getting cut out. Okay, so I'm going to come back into... I know we did the light brown there. Oh, you know what? No, we'll go back into the light brown. Like, that should be okay. Hang on. I think we have to turn this guy. Just keep my hand out of stuff. Or in an attempt to. I might have just put my hand in it even worse now. Alright. So I think it was probably a good call not to add any dots in here, because now that everything's kind of laying in, I think it definitely would end up being too busy, because we still have to do our outlining. I don't know. We'll see, but like it's really crowded in here. So it would be really tough to get those in there. More than likely. Wait, what time is it? Okay. Kofi Bot scared me. I was like, wait, what time is it? When did you go off, Kofi Bot? Alright. So we have Kofi as an option for those that don't want to donate through Twitch. And we also have the Amazon wish list for those that don't want to do bits or Kofi or whatever. There's not a shit ton of stuff on that list. I haven't really had that much time to put stuff on it, but it's some stuff that I can use for stream. The husband's gonna... I don't know if we're gonna put a camera on there. I feel funny putting that on there. So we'll probably just figure that out on our own. I mean, this camera's okay, but it's not the greatest. I don't need the greatest and bestest, most expensive ones. It's just this was on sale and it was definitely bargain basement, but better than the previous camera I had still, so. And we never did find the other camera. We have another one somewhere in this house. Somewhere. But we can't find it. It has up and vanished. It's probably where his extra fans are for his PC. Because we need it, so we can't find it. So we kind of need to replace one of the fans in there, because it's sometimes making a grinding noise, which is what happened before one of the other fans died. Which is how we ended up with extra fans, because he ended up buying a 3-pack. Now we can't find any of it. I was like, I know we have them here somewhere. But they've all up and taken a vacation, I guess. Or ended up in a storage container that we shuffled around, and we've really got to start writing notes on the outside of these containers for what the hell's in them. And numbering them. And then putting that on a spreadsheet. The problem is, though, if we move it from its location and are lazy about updating our spreadsheet about where we put it, then our spreadsheet's going to be useless. And I can totally see us moving it and be like, yeah, I need to change the spreadsheet, and then never going back. But like, it said it was right here. I still have cookie cutters missing that I found when we were rearranging desk orientation and what have you. And I put them somewhere. I'm like, oh, I'm gonna need these for like Christmas stuff. And I can't find them. They've vanished. I'm like, son of a bitch. Like, why? Oh. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't realize I had done the light yellow on both of those. Alright, you know what? That's okay. Because we can do the dark teal on this one. That should be alright. 1, 2, 3, 4. Alright. One, 2, 3, 4. I probably should have stopped at 4 on that one. No, 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 no. I don't want you contaminating that one. I just remixed that color. Alright, if I have to mix any other colors, are going to have to go in this outer ring well here. Okay. So grab my water cup, or the dirty water cup. I've got a clean one sitting off to the side. It's a very tiny one, so I've been pulling the other water from. Okay. Alright. Let's see if we can get in here. Well, that's not going to be very... Well, it's going to be a little bit visible. We just have to make sure our lines are thick enough. That I don't scrape them too much. Am I on the right? I think so. Sorry, I'm not sure if I'm on the right end of this tool that we've been using. This line feels a little thick. I think we are. I think we might be. All right. Let's see. Kind of racing the clock at the moment. And we're not gonna get fully done today, but I'll probably seal this tonight. More than likely. Because this needs some time to dry. Before we even attempt to seal it. Because it might look dry, but it's really got to be like dry for a couple of hours, I think. Just to make sure everybody is good and set up. Before I'm going to be fully confident in bringing that sealer on in. Oh, we still have to do our line work. Oh, that's right. I forgot about that. Right. Okay. So we're going to come back into our yellow. Running out of hand space here. That's not a good thing. Alright, just be careful with this guy. Alright, and looks like I've got another little scrape line right in there. I want to try to fill him in without him being too fussy here. But he seems to want to be fussy. Really? Have we gone through that much of our yellow? It's like getting really thick here. Didn't think it should be already. Seems kind of silly. And I guess it's starting to dry a little bit on here. Ah! Stop that. So that one's a little bit thicker than I necessarily wanted it to be, but on the right tip. Okay, we were doing the buttered yam on this guy, but we're kind of right next to the orange. Oh, no, we're next to the orange on that one. And it's a slightly brighter color. Alright. Did I really mix that teal and we never used it? That's sad. Alright. So get this guy. If I can find a dry spot, rest my finger. Because we are moving faster than our lines are drying at. Okay. Yeah, definitely good call not adding the other dots because these are getting a little bit tight quarters on our smaller feather guys. And then it would have just been too much. As it is, I might have to pop out the toothpick. Or my line brush to finish some of these guys. We'll see. I don't know for sure, but I might need to. Okay. So do we want the dark teal on this one or do we want the yellow on this one? Kind of leaning towards the yellow. Just because we do have a large bit of this one here. I mean, this one was right there, but it was kind of like coming off the corner. So it felt a little bit different. That might need... We're slowly getting closer to the other colors. No! if you're gonna drift towards the red, because the red is drying, and I don't think we're using any more of the red at this point. Alright. Let's go ahead and we'll rinse that guy out as best as we can. Use our ridges in our cup to help with that. Alright. You go sit there. Oh yeah, that was getting too thick before. Definitely. Well, maybe he wants commies. You know, peanut bladder.
Dude, I just took you out. I just took you out, my Wiggles. I just took you out. Hi.
He's probably starting to get hungry.
Oh, that's probably it. Hi, buddy.
We're gonna have to start leaving a cup of food in here, too.
But he never ate the damn thing.
He did the other day.
I'm coming.
And I don't know who's been eating the food out of the other room. I don't know if that's been Zuzu or him.
I'm pretty damn sure that's been Zuzu. Oh, right. Oh. Boy, stretch for you too, huh, buddy? Oh, stretches. Oh, puppy stretches. Come on, old man. Come on, old man. Oh, stretch.
Alright. So we get this guy. I think the next one's gonna be our,
there we go,
like, gray-brown. Alright, so let's wipe that guy off. I mean, we could go with the yam, but we'll keep going with this guy. Might as well. Well, this is gonna be tough. This is gonna be tough sledding down in here. Scraped it too deep. Alright, so get this guy. Oh, I thought I forgot I had this song on here. Sorry, you guys can't hear it. I'm like sitting here listening to it. I'm like, this sounds vaguely familiar, but not. Did he pee?
Huh? Yeah, a little bit. Now it's time for the part that you enjoy the most, buddy. The snackies. The snackies.
Alright. How about, since I feel really bad that I mixed this and then didn't end up using it, That is super thick though. Any better?
Yeah, now once he spills the vinegar.
Alright, can you Febreze it now?
Yeah.
I mean, at this point, I would just Febreze the whole damn thing.
I know you would, but I'm also using the other end as a control.
Alright. We got that guy there. Okay. So, guess we're gonna go back into the yellow. For this one. Little's mad, she got chased off the bed again. I'm actually surprised she hasn't given me any grief today. She usually is mowing at me to come lay with her. At least some point during the stream. She's been rather behaving herself today. Oh no, lotion overboard. Bottle of lotion fell, that's all that was. Alright, let's turn you back the way you're supposed to be. Alright, let's get back into our buttered yam. Bring that guy down into there. Don't need like a huge one there, but do need it to be at least somewhat connected. Okay. And then, let's see, come back into our, what were they calling this? Cafe au lait. Or light gray brown. That's what I'm gonna call it. Because that's what it looks like. So this is a pattern that we used on our leaves. On part of this guy. Alright, so what are you guys working on today? Anything? Just chilling? Again, don't forget to tag me on Instagram. Love to see what everybody's making. I know I don't post that much on Instagram, but I do occasionally check my feed every so often there. Do we think we've got enough of this teal that it's gonna cooperate? Oh wait, no, I don't want that. We'll go back to the yellow for that one. I didn't realize that the teal was right above it. I mean, it would have been fine. I just didn't want it to kind of look like it was bleeding down into the other thing, like it was attached to it. So Instagram should just be NiseyBGN. Try to keep it the same in all of the spots wherever possible. Alright. Now, I'm gonna need more white. So let me grab my other palette here. This white, this large white, is so liquidy. Don't necessarily think that's a good thing, although it's probably the liquid it's supposed to be. Come on. Really? Could we, like, not have a glompy string? Like, right now? Alright. Okay, so. Gonna mix that together carefully. As carefully as we can. Stuff down this end didn't really get to mingle with this stuff down here. Alright, that might be a little too watery. We'll see. Because now, where's that little guy? Here he is. So we need this guy. And I need to just come back in and touch up a couple of spots here and there. That looked like they were a little thin. or got a little messy. Alright, so I'm gonna turn this guy again this way. Mostly so I have someplace dry to plant my hand. Of course, it helps when my hand doesn't decide to go wandering too far. Jeez, hand. Could you, like, not? What is that? That is a piece of fuzz. All right. So we want to carefully fill that in with my shaky ass hands. What the heck? Where's all the fuzzes coming from? Did that much fuzz drift in to that section of the palette while it was sitting to the side? That's crazy. Now, I had previously been using the dotting tool to do this in the other sections, but I did have to swap over to the brush because some areas were just a little too tight to get that dotting tool into. we're getting there. We're almost done. This phase. I have no idea what the cat just did. But that didn't sound good. And this is just giving it a little pop that it needed. That was a loud car. Well, judging from the sound, it was probably a pickup truck. Same difference, really, I guess. Vehicle. That section of line was a little thin. As in, like, a little too transparent. I'm just gonna hit that back up. Just a little bit. This part is probably the most nerve-wracking for me, because I have to watch the pressure of my hand so much. But I did not have a fine line or a super fine line white anything that would have worked here. Paint pen, like, I don't know if a roller ball, like those white Signas or whatever, I don't know if that would have worked here. I don't know if they make white Sharpies. Probably not. I would be surprised if they do. That does mean we have to be a little bit careful in this spot. Are you all right? I'm almost done. So tomorrow on stream we'll start the husband's Christmas gift.
Oh boy.
What?
Nothing. It's gonna be interesting.
Well, it's gonna be interesting, alright.
Well, I was gonna say it like that, but
Bless you. Bless you. You okay?
My entire face lit on fire on that one.
You know, I was sneezing earlier. It's been windy today, so I'm sure.
Do you still have my tissues?
No. You have your tissues. You walked right by them.
Oh, okay. Got these for now. Noise in the background, sorry.
Oh no, Elephant Man.
Oh.
What the heck? Was that attached? I saw a piece of fuzz when I went to put the paintbrush down there. I was not sure if it was on the brush or if it was on the canvas. So needless to say, we're going to be running a little late today. For the finish. Thank you.
Okay. Sorry.
Alright.
Or just stand there, you can do that too.
So we're almost done outlining this guy. Just I really wanted to get him done. While we had the paint mixed. And I'm almost getting upset because I haven't started dinner yet. So some of these lines get a little bit transparent on me sometimes. And then sometimes they get a little bit thicker when I'm trying to come back in and do another pass on it. All right. Oh, my eye is twitching. At least it hasn't been doing it constantly, like it had been. It's doing it in intervals now. It's like my eyelid. Which is kind of annoying because I can see my eyelashes moving too. All right. Oh, eyeball, if you could, like, stop. Or eyelid, I guess. That would be super great and awesome. Alright. So some of these are drying a little bit thinner. So I'm just going back and revisiting a couple of those. I'm like starting to rush and I need to not rush through this section. Line works takes a little bit of time. And a little bit of patience. Both of which I don't always have. So, keep trying to tell myself, slow down. Alright. Get this into here. And then carefully, with my wobbly ass hands, try to get this guy. Plopped into there. So I still have to come back and touch up the background, but I can do that tonight. We don't need to necessarily do that bit on stream. And then once I get this guy sealed, we'll get him all photoed up. And we'll pop him on everywhere he's gonna need to go. Alright. Almost there. I feel like I need to turn this guy again. My hand's about to be in all of it. All right. Couple more guys to go. All right. Almost there, almost there. Oh, it kills me having to lift up in the middle of a line section, but at the same time, this guy doesn't hold that much paint. And it looked a little bit thin. And I also wanted to reposition my hand. Alright, so we'll just have a couple of quick touch-ups here. Shouldn't be too bad. In theory. we will see. Alright, I think we are pretty good here. Yeah, I think we're gonna call that done. Well, as done as it's gonna get on stream. Like I said, I still have to do a quick touch-up of the background to clean up some of these paint flicks and spots and stuff that got on there. And then I have to seal this guy, but he is essentially done. So tomorrow we'll start work on the husband's gift. And we will go from there. So thank you guys for hanging out with me this afternoon. Don't forget to follow all the socially do's down below. And I don't know what time we're starting tomorrow. It kind of depends on what we've got going on and if we have to run any errands. If we have to run any errands, then we'll probably be starting around normal time. But we'll figure that out when we get there. And have a good night.